Okay, cool. I'm now live. Um, we're gonna be fixing my DVD recorder today. Also, I hope the music I'm listening to doesn't like leak too much. I'm just listening to Spotify right now, but because of how everything's set up, I don't want headphones, and yeah, basically. Got a lot of tools today to make sure I can do this. I should actually probably show you. So the thing doesn't turn on. I've already disassembled it. And then I had to order stuff off DigiKey. Hey, Chashanjay. Um, but you should be able to see that there are capacitors that are just not flat, like just around this area. You can see that some are like ballooned and others are flat. Like this one is definitely kind of ballooned while the one beside it is flat. So, and this has to do with all the power. Like if I flip this around here, you'll see that, oh no, I don't have any memes. I'm sorry. But yeah, you can see that there's power. Now, I did check the continuity of this fuse. I can actually test it again to be sure. Okay, that seems to be good. If the music's not being picked up on my noise gate, we're good. So yeah, if you ever want to test continuity, just, oh, I should flip my camera upside down. Hold on. Hmm. There we go. So, if you want to test continuity, right, you can just... Oh, I realize that it's flipped the other way. So I'd have to flip vertically. Where's my trend? Oh, Control E. Size. Negative 190. Okay. There we go. So, continuity mode. And with these two probes. Oh, come on. You can barely hear it, so hold on. Just gonna... Okay, you can probably hear a little bit of that, but this thing beeps when it's in continuity mode. And a fuse is supposed to give a connection, but if it blows, it doesn't have a connection, right? So if we test on the fuse here, you probably can't hear it, but that is in fact beeping. So we know that the fuse isn't blown. It is probably all these bulging caps here that you can't really see because of the camera angle. But anyways, we're now going to... Oh, that was my soldering iron beeping at me. We're now... What are you doing? Soldering iron, shut up. But anyways, this is a soldering live tutorial, basically, yes. So what I'm going to do is I actually bought caps for this whole power section. I should actually go grab those, so give me 2 seconds. You would think that I would be smart enough to grab the caps out of the DigiKey box, but I did not. Let's see. Yes. That's a capacitor. That is not needed. That is for an N64. These are some resistors. Not that, and this is a... Okay. So, I have my nice... You can't really see that, so let me zoom out here. Nice pile of things right there. I'm gonna move my chair a little bit closer. Alright, because you guys need a good angle, but I need a good angle too. So, what do I have? I have all these replacement capacitors off DigiKey. Because what I did was I figured out all the capacitors right here. I got my X-lights to trim off the legs. I got my solder. I got some flux, and I got it. I'm gonna use this so I can throw it out, but then I also got my syringe right here of flux as well, because I have a big tube. Got some wick. Got my solder pulse. I got my iron, which is off screen, but that's okay. I'm gonna just rotate it so it's easier to grab. What else do I got? That's probably about it. Oh, and I have a Sharpie, because my goal is I'm just gonna mark off the capacitors so I know which ones I've replaced. And I think we're just gonna kind of go. So I'm gonna start marking all these capacitors here. I know for a fact that if I didn't mark these, I would probably just like forget which ones I did. So, but yeah, you can tell that this one is definitely popcorned. This one. I could probably only replace those three, but if those three have already bulged up, then it is probably best to replace all of them. Also, hey Kaji, didn't even realize that was you. What's up? I could replace all these, but I don't want to because that's expensive for me, not working. Also, I realized that I'm blowing out some highlights here. Hold on. Camcorder, please. There we go. Oh, come on. No, iris. No, I did want iris. And bring that down. There we go. A little less blown out highlights. There we go. Okay. Anyways. Recapped an area of my OG Xbox, but I didn't realize that the power cable I was using was making terrible contacts. The new ones I replaced them with just blue. Aw, that sucks. That does indeed suck. I mean, capacitors aren't the most expensive thing in the world. Like, as far as I know, this Panasonic DVD recorder was definitely very expensive because my parents bought it new back when DVD recorders were first like a thing. I think this is one of the first Panasonic models that was in Canada, or like an early generation. So it was definitely a couple $100 for sure. And it's pretty old, and I'm not surprised that it died. But so what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of this big boy here first, which is, let's see here, about there. Looks to be this one right here. So what we're going to do, so we're just going to flux of stuff here. Is there even any flux? Okay, no, there is some flux in this pen. Just flux. Oh, I was going in sleep mode. Okay. We're just gonna give a little bit of solder here. Always touch the joint, not the solder. Okay, gave some extra solder. I can probably actually zoom in a little bit. Oh, it's still too bright, eh? That's fine. There we go. It's a little darker, but a little nicer, I guess, because you have this huge spot right there. You know what? I blame the Japanese, dude. They just have a really weird way of doing things that, there we go. We'll keep it at that. It's a good mixture. I don't know why I keep hitting that button. Anyways, so, Soda-Pult. Super awesome stuff. You just have to heat the joint and then suck it up. And in theory, that should just be... Oh, we got a little bit of epoxy here, actually, or glue. Wonder if I can get rid of it. These solder pults are actually pretty good stuff. I need just like a screwdriver or something. Oh, there goes my little tweezers. Just need to... This is the fun part of desoldering. Trying to... Okay, no, it's loose. We'll just heat it up and get rid of it. Actually, I'm gonna zoom out just so you guys can see like more of what I'm doing, because yeah. But alright, so this is the big cap here. Just gonna... Okay. And this big cap is now gone. Look at that. All gone. And this is the 100 microfarad 350 volts. So this is a big boy here. Should really have like a bin or something, but I'll just... So now I just gotta find the replacement here. 100, 350. Here we go. I'm gonna start putting the old caps in. So this is like the difference. Probably 10 years worth of technology is. You can see that they're the same rating, but this new one is so much smaller. I don't even see a brand on this one here. I went all Nishikons for, so you can just see that Nishikon brand. I went all Nishikon with my new caps here, because if I was going to replace them, I've got to replace them good. Now, I wish I actually took note of what orientation the capacitor was supposed to be, but it should actually just show on the PCB as soon as I get rid of this glue. Alright, this glue's not going anywhere, apparently. You know what? Let's actually just soften this up a little bit with some, what's up, Anasper? It's amazing how many people show up when I actually stream at a reasonable hour. Almost as if that's something I should be doing all the time. You know? Just... Alright, let's soften this up with some isopropyl alcohol here. I do have the isopropyl to, hey Dexter, get rid of the flux residue. While that's absorbing, the nice part about dual streaming to YouTube is I can actually jump backwards of what I'm doing. It's actually an amazing concept. 720, jump forward. So the orientation was it had the silver strip towards the heatsink. Yeah, it had the silver strip towards the heatsink, so that's what the orientation is going to be. I don't even know why I'm listening to my Discover Weekly playlist and I can barely hear it, so I'm just going to switch to my other Spotify playlist here. On shuffle. Oh, well, if it's midnight for you guys, well, then I'm just living up to my reputation. That's just what it is. Yeah, see, now that I've got some rubbing alcohol in here, this stuff just kind of comes off a lot easier. Still doesn't actually, well, actually, I guess that circle right there would show. And you guys can barely see that, actually. You know what, let me actually do something with my camera. No, a little more. Come on, ballhead. I know you're cheap, but that's okay. That's a little bit better. Now you can actually kind of see. I mean, it's a screwdriver, but yeah, I guess it's a pick. So right here is this line, so I guess that would make sense for where I looked at the VOD. So with capacitors, they have a polarity, as you can see. A short leg and a long leg. And I want to say the short is positive. Don't quote me on that. One of them's the other, but there is a way to put them in, and the board generally lets you know. So now that we've got that in, we're just gonna tack it actually with some solder. We're gonna do a little bit of that. So when you put in a capacitor, if you bend the legs, it will keep it in place. And now the only thing we have to do is kind of solder it into place. And you just hold it onto the pad and onto the leg, and then it just solders it together. I have a knife tip. Don't use fucking conical tips that come with your soldering iron if you like yourself. Okay. That's already one done. Look at that. Nice and sturdy. This really sucks, but I don't want to desolder it, but it's like a permanent addition, as you can see. I don't know why they did it in the way that they did. This is really stupid. I honestly don't know why they would do it like this, but I didn't want to desolder it because that's more effort. I'm just going to kind of live with it. But yeah, now that we got that in, we're just going to snip the legs off. And that's what I have my X-Lights for. Could probably chop this one a little bit lower. Okay. And if you do get into soldering, save the legs that come from capacitors and resistors. They become very useful when doing projects because they're just, you can use them as little bridges. I'm actually going to save them into a little baggie. So I have actually a baggie of legs somewhere that I'll put them all in. So, all right, and on to the next one. Actually, what I'm going to do is start putting the old capacitors into this baggie right here. Okay. The next one is this little one here, which looks to be, I kind of want to find it first before I remove it. 5635, okay. Let me see. 470. Is this it? This is probably it. Yep, this is the one. 56 at 35 volts. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that little dude right there. Gotta be very careful with that stupid thing. And the capacitors are falling. Just stay, baggies, please. Okay, fine. Onto the ground you go. So, where was it? Yeah, I'm humming along to this music you guys can't hear. That's just how I roll. Okay, I believe it would be these two right here where it says C. All right, well, let's go at it. Actually, I could just easily test if that is the correct place with a multimeter. Basically just test on the one leg and see if I can get a signal on the other side. And once I know where that is, I can kind of get going. Okay, I know exactly where it is now. It's right here. All right. We're just going to put some extra solder there to help it out. Oh, dude, no, don't use the $6 soldering iron. Jesus. So there's a store in Canada called The Source. There was Radio Shack in Canada, and then Radio Shack died. And then it was replaced with something called The Source, and The Source still kind of sold Radio Shack stuff, but it was like the Next Tech brand. And I had their soldering iron. I bought it because I'm like, oh, well, Radio Shack. No, it sucked. And then I bought a second one, and it still sucked. And then I went to an actual hobbyist electronics store, and I bought the cheap iron that they sell for $30, and it was like the best thing I've ever used. And I actually used it for almost 10 years until it finally died. So, where was I? Oh, right here. Yeah, like you can be garbage with your tools, like garbage at stuff. Nobody's good at anything, but it's good to know when you are actually. It's one of the things that I actually kind of respect Louis Rossmann for, because everyone's like, "Oh, you should just like use these cheap hot air stations and blah. Why don't you review these?" And he's like, "I'm not going to review them because they're from China and they're cheap and shit." And when you're trying to do things, you kind of need to know if you're shit or the equipment's shit. So if all the equipment is good, then you know that you're shit, not the equipment. And it makes so much sense. It absolutely does. Also, I kind of want to show how the solder pult works. A lot of people use like really crappy little desoldering pumps, and I had one too, and I basically immediately got rid of it. Right. This kind of looks really ugly on camera, but you should be able to see what I just did. Oh, that's a little bit too much. Where's my work that I did? Off camera. Okay, hold on. Right. So, well, that's too shiny. Can you see it? I don't know. Right there. Maybe get some more light on there. You can see that there's no blobs. It's just the pin kind of dealio. Like, see, all this is blobbed, and there you just see the pin. That's what you get when you use like these huge solder pults. They just have so much vacuum. So if you're gonna like, I know a lot of people like to get the desoldering guns, and you know that's good for them. I already have too much crap plugged in here. I don't need more. And as far as I know, like if this is good enough for factories in China, it's good enough for me. So, and they're the ones that have to mainly build all this crap. So, as far as I understand it, the factories in China use this because it's essentially self-cleaning. If you use the guns, you have to take time to take them apart and do maintenance on them. This, as soon as you like push in, it just pushes the solder out, and then, you know, you're all good. So that you can just constantly go, and that's all there is to it. So, all right. Kind of wish I had a little more space here. Not gonna lie. Maybe if I reorganize a little bit like this. Okay. This little dude should be coming off. Come on. It's gonna need a little bit of help. The nice part about the knife tip is that it is so big, it actually covers both both points at once, so I can just heat it up and pull it out. Elna brand. I don't know if you guys can see that. God, I fucking love having a camcorder. I just wish it would focus. There you kind of go. Elna brand. Never heard of them. One time using one of those cheap irons. Yeah, so one of the things I actually learned early on was because I was trying to fix an arcade, and the solder was just so old, and I'm like, this is 100% leaded. Why isn't it working? But it's just like, it's all in the flux. It's all in the flux. So the easiest thing to do is just add new solder, and then it has it all heated up and good to go. So here's the new one. I don't know why this came on a tape reel, but whatever. This is the only one that came like this. But if I can actually get it off the tape, that would be beautiful. There we go. Having a little trash pile here. I'm gonna have to have one baggie for trash, another for the legs. Actually, we'll use this one for trash right now. Just close it up, throw it on the ground. Okay. Probably zoom out again. Gotta keep track of this. Yeah. I haven't looked too deep into the stuff that he uses, but he does not cheap out. He does not cheap out. All right. That's holding on into place there now. I don't want... There we go. I just don't want things to kind of touch. Also, if ever you guys need it like more zoomed in, let me know. Because like I see everything fine, but obviously you guys probably want to see stuff too. This is gonna need to get hit with some flux. Yeah. This didn't really joint well. So just hit it with some flux. And then just hit it with some heat. And now we got like nice professional little joints there. Where's my cutters? All right, on to the next one. There. It's not gonna bother anyone if it's right there. Alright, so we got these nice and done. This one probably could have been a little bit flattened out, but that's okay. Now we have this big pile here. Let's start with this one. I like this one. Or actually, let's start with that one. Let's start with that one. Which, should be... Oh, we're right there, so it's gonna be C. This one right here. So... yeah, you'll see that as soon as I, like, I can hold it onto here for a while, but as soon as I get the new solder onto there, then it actually kind of does stuff. You're probably going to notice that there'll be a massive pile of solder by the end of this. Look at that. This is why I love the knife tip. You can just hit both points at once. Super awesome. Super duper awesome. Flipping this back and forth is going to be such a pain because of this. Like, and it's, the worst part is, this is literally just for a single button. It is the eject button. They, instead of putting it on a wire, they spent the money to put it on printed circuit board. Like, you could have just done a wire. It would have been cheaper. Instead, you had to make it on a printed circuit board. So I guess it has like a mount, but like even then, why couldn't you just only do that? It Panasonic, man. Panasonic. This is the 10 volt 1500 microfarad. 10 volt. Is it 10 volt? What did I just read? Yes, 10 volt. $10 volt 1200? 10 volt 12, sorry, 12 volt, 10 volt 1500. So that is not correct. Here it is. 10 volt 1500. This is like some weird... No, it's Alna branded again. Oh, that's a little bit of a different size. Ooh, okay. What's up, Illuminato? I should have maybe double-checked the sizing on this, but that's okay. It should still fit. I don't predict any big issues with getting this in here. Oh yeah, look at that. It's like it grew there. It's a little bit big, but, you know, it's not going to really short on anything. If anything, it's just more cozy. And it still fits in the blueprint of the printed circuit board. I don't know if you guys can see that, but, like, you can still see that white line. It's just slightly bigger, I guess. So, you know. There we go. $18 gauge. This is the Panasonic DVD recorder that, in Muff's words, popcorned on me. So, and you missed it, but there was like 3 caps that were pop. Well, you've seen the pictures, but I decided to just replace all the caps. I think it makes more sense that way. So, any idea what caused it? I think just length of time being on. Like, it's pretty old. Also, because I just got rid of one of them that was kind of poofed up. They're not even of like a good brand. Like, I've never heard of them. They're like Elna branded. So, yeah, you can see that it kind of poofed up a little bit there. So, block that light out a bit. So, yeah. Yeah, they're not like, you know, the Chinesium ones, but I don't know. When I looked up the hour life, there's only a lot of the capacitors that I looked up, they only had like a couple thousand hours of life. And, you know, this thing's been on for a long time. So I think it's just like lifespan. I also got some better tolerance capacitors as well. No. A lot of them, there wasn't even that option, honestly. I tried to get like better tolerance capacitors too, but basically what happened was there was a power outage where the power went out for a bit, and this thing never came back on after that power outage. So I think that was just kind of like it for it once that power outage happened. So it's gone through a couple power outages. I mean, if there was I checked, this has a fuse, and I checked the continuity, and this thing didn't blow up. So I don't think there was a surge. I think just the capacitors were already on their last legs, and it just doesn't want to turn on anymore. So, but, you know, I'm replacing all the capacitors in this power area here. I mean, power's probably here, but I even got ones for, like, here. So, if I really wanted to be, like, super amazing, I probably could take these off, put, like, new thermal grease on here, but I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. Pretty sure it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. It's still soft, as you can see, leaving marks here. So the thermal grease hasn't dried up or anything. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. Let's get rid of more capacitors. Let's get the one right beyond it. Those are my famous last words. It should be my catchphrase. It's fine. Everything ends up not being fine. Well, you know. So, I'm looking at this on the wrong direction? No. No, I'm not. So I'd like this one. I just did that one. So that would be... Looks like it's gonna be this right here, C. As long as it's C, we're good to go. Okay, I don't know if you heard, but I have managed to kill a power bar, a surge protector, by attempting to fix a Saturn. So, you know, the catching fire is actually not within... is actually within the realm of possibility here. That's just how I roll. But yeah, this... So I don't get why people don't recommend a solder pull. I feel like I'm the only one who ever recommends it. Everyone else is just like, get the gun, get the Heiko clone gun, it's gonna be great. And I'm just like, you're just starting out, fam. Maybe just get a solder pull, you know? Works great. Works absolutely fantastic. Okay. Good old knife tip touching both ends and then flexing it out strat. 16 at 1000. Oh, this one actually had positive and negative. Oh, it's kind. Yeah, this capacitor's already getting kind of yucky too. You can kind of see it. I don't know if we'll focus. God damn it! It's all the film on it is already kind of transparent. Yes, that's literally what I was about to say. I was about to channel my inner AV and just be like, focus, you fuck! This is my baggie for the legs, but I won't need that right now. 16 out of 1000. Where is my 16 at 1000 capacitor? Here we go. Yeah, it's about the same size. Maybe a little bit smaller. A little bit of a bigger radius, but size-wise... No, they're actually the same size. Shit, what is positive? The tag or the black? Let's do a quick Google search. Sorry, I was finishing my tea. Good old Google on capacitor polarity. Oh, I just need to know which side is which so I don't solder it in the reverse direction. So negative is the strip. Oh, that would make sense. Okay. The mark side is minus. Yes, that's what I needed to know. Okay. Thank you. Now I can continue. Because it doesn't have a... It just has positive and minus, or negative. So I just kind of... The other ones have like a little nice circle, half circle thing to show you where it goes, but this capacitor only has plus and minus, so... Look at that, everything's fitting all good to go. I'm just gonna... Oh shit, what fell? The old one, okay. Put it in my garbage baggie here. It's gonna need a little bit of work. That one ended up nice. Why didn't this one want to do anything? That's okay, that's what flux is for. I'm surprised. I've had this flux for like 2 years and it didn't dry up yet, so you know, good stuff. But yeah, the nice part about me live streaming this is that I now have a camera feed for what I need for like what I'm doing. So if I ever question myself, I can just check the live feed. It's very handy. Okay. I mean, I'm dual streaming to YouTube, so that way there's always a VOD, and then I don't have to also re-upload to YouTube from the Twitch thing. It's just a multi-stream. So that way, because Twitch doesn't have transcoding off more often than not, so this way, if you need a transcode, you can just get it. All right, let's get this other one in the line of popcorns. C. That would be this one, probably. Yeah, I sometimes have smart ideas, you know? Sometimes. Not all the times, but sometimes. That would be this guy here. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm just gonna point out again how nice using a solder pult is. Like, you can see it on the bottom right hand corner. Just, well, it's dark now, thank you. but like, come on, camera, help me out. Just cleans it out. There we go. That's actually kind of a good angle. You can see it just clears it all out. This is why solder pults are good. Yeah, I could, like, I already have too much. I already take up 4 power bars worth of stuff on 2 circuits in like a triangle around me, because my computer desk has an electrical outlet, and that has 2 power bars on it, because like my computer, my mixer, my TV, my speakers, like game consoles, NAS, all that shit is plugged in. And then on the wall beside me, there is like my CRT, all my game consoles and shit like that, retro stuff like the VCR, the DVD recorder, Extron, all that shit. And that's also taking up 2 power bars. So I prefer to have, the less things I need to plug in, the better. So I gotta be fucking careful with this shit. Come on, pop out. You're so close. So close. I did not fix Quo's N64 yet. What's up, CJ? I figured I would do a little bit of a warm-up solder thing before I get to that. So I'm fixing my DVD recorder first. So instead we get to just kind of watch some relaxing soldering, maybe learn a thing or two if anybody has any questions. But yeah, this is the old, oh man, I'm too zoomed in. That's what I'm wondering, like, why is nothing showing up? I'm too zoomed in. I could probably fix the camera angle a bit too, but you can see that, come on. This one's popcorned. It's like bulging. Come on. Don't make me go Kanucky Stanny here. Jesus. Oh, well, you know what? Whatever. It's dead. It's popcorned. Okay. I'm actually just gonna fix the camera angle a bit here. Ah, it's just the ball head. Okay, well, just gonna have to get something better, apparently. And then a little cheap thing. Can literally just see it kind of tilting. Oh, this is still better, I think. This is still a little bit better. Zoom in. Okay. Cool. So what did I just pull out? Pulled out a 10 at 680. Actually, I'll put my empty bag pile there so I don't get them mixed up. 10 at 680. There we go. First one out of the pile. Nice. Where did I just put the old one to confirm? This is going to be another case where the replacement is actually bigger than the old one. A little bit of a size difference there. But you can see that this one is flat and that one's bulging. Just because of the reflections on it. You can see that this one has like the kind of checkerboard pattern of shininess, and this one's all flat, so this is the good one. And they're both 10 volt, 680. Okay. Okay. But yes, do not worry, CJ. Quo's N64 is next on the docket. I kind of just wanted to make sure I have all my soldering things first before I started tackling it. And I also have this already taken apart, like fully taken apart. So I want to put it back together so that way I have kind of more space in my room here. There we go. It's a bigger cap, but everything still fits in place, so that's nice. Yeah, when you're just putting in caps, you know, bend those legs to, you know, solder in. Might actually... Okay, that's good. Just don't want it dangling. I want it to be kind of low to the ground. After this cap, I'm actually just going to do a quick Discord check because I really hate when programs show me that there's a notification, because I can't live with there being notifications. I absolutely hate it. That's a pretty nice joint, I think. I might hit it with some flux just in case, but I'll do that now, actually. Oh, yeah. This stuff says no clean. You definitely want to clean it because, like, look how crusty that is when it dries up. No clean is a misnomer. You still want to clean that shit. Yeah, there is like a streamer mode, but that's, you know, still. I like seeing what's going on. And sometimes you just need like a quick mental breather from doing stuff. Maybe you just need a good laugh at a message or something, you know? Okay. All checked. Good to go. Let's, did I hit it with the flux? I did hit it with the flux, I think. Yep, that was fluxed. Oh, one thing I didn't show on stream was... So I have this, brass thing. You kind of, you know, put your iron in it. And then I have this thing that, I just bought. It's like a stand. You know, you just put your iron in it and you're good to go. Normally there's a sponge here, but I threw that out because I actually really hate sponges. I know there's people who like sponges, but I don't. And then, you know, I just keep the brass thing weighted on it on top, and that's just kind of my soldering iron holder thing. It's pretty cheap, all things considered, like maybe a couple bucks. Maybe a lot more. I don't know. My kind of relation with how things are supposed to cost is a little bit different when I'm not actually working, so could be cheap, could not be cheap, depending on what your kind of situation is. In the grand scheme of things, very worth it, because you just, when the brass just gets all used up, you just buy another brass ball for a couple bucks and good to go. There we go. Accumulating a little pile of legs there. Oh, I got some kind of Weird solder right there. Yes, hashtag no sponge crew. Exactly. Okay, and there's one more past it. C. That would be this guy right here. That guy right there. So let's get rid of it. Gotta say, all things considered, like this is, I'm not like an electronics engineer or anything like that, but I think this is pretty nicely made. All things considered. Like you only have the one side of the board, like it's just, it might be multi-layered, but there's only a single layer of stuff, so it's like, it's pretty easy. Everything's nicely labeled and all that stuff, so it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I've seen a lot worse, so. Actually, we'll do that one first. This one is a little tough because it's close to other things, but... Oh, hold on. A little bit of solder that didn't come out. There we go. Love the knife tip. Heckin' love it. Alright, what is this? This is a 25 volt UF. And they all have that M on them, which I believe is the tolerance. So they use some pretty high tolerance caps in here. I gotta hand it to them. I tried to keep everything as tight of a tolerance as possible as well, so... $47... No, this is a 35. Oh. Right. I decided to buy a 35 instead of a 25 because, you can always go up in voltage. Okay. That's what I did. This makes sense. I remember I like triple checked on a bunch of sources. Yes, you can go up on the capacitance, or you can't change the capacitance, but you can go up on the voltage. Ended up with probably a bigger capacitor than what is there, but it should still fit. Just confirming. Yes, 47 microfarads. Okay. And this one's all on its lonesome anyways. Like, look how much space we got here. Right there, so much space. Yeah, thanks for popping by. Always appreciate you. Honestly, I would not be surprised if originally they had a capacitor of that size, because you can still see the white line there on the PCB. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff missing here. This is a clock that never got used, but I know other models have a clock for like recording and stuff like that. Like, Like when this loses power, you have to reset the clock every single time. So obviously there was an option to have a battery in there, and at some point they decided not worth it. So not be surprised if they just kind of change stuff up. There we go. And we'll just continue soldering. Soldering away. There's not too many caps, so all things considered, this is a pretty easy job. And again, you just want to make sure you're touching the point and the leg at the same time. Get that nice even heat. I'm honestly just going to hit this with the flux anyways. Just to get these joints nice and shiny. Okay. It's kind of like a whole row of them done. What is next? Oh, so I did that. I did that one and that one. So I guess we'll start from this one, do that one, do that one, do that one. There are some gold capacitors that are not going to be gold after, but all right, we'll start with this one and go through. But yes, I'm loving my Sharpie idea. I'm pretty sure I saw that idea somewhere else, but I'm loving it because I can tell what the hell I did. All right, capacitors. So I did all these. Where is more capacitors? This is a capacitor. This is probably it right here. But yeah, if it, I don't know if I actually explained why I add extra solder to the joints. It's for a couple reasons. First, the new solder will mix in with the old stuff and just kind of make it more liquid. And B, it just gives more for the vacuum to kind of suck up. Like, it's easier to get to suck up like a larger blob than it is a smaller blob. So it just works out. Because obviously the when this was built, they kind of used the minimum amount possible to kind of do stuff. But, you know, I'm not that good. There we go. Kind of rotate things here. I really wish I could just get rid of this thing. Like, it's so annoying. I could desolder it, but it's like on the plug, so I'd rather not. Because then if the plug's messed up and everything, like, it's just, I'd rather not. Rather not. Yeah, this one's flat, actually, it's nice. So 10 at 220. I believe I have that somewhere. Yes, I do, in a much bigger form factor. Like, look at that. But maybe because it's bigger, it'll last longer? Not entirely sure how that's going to work, but you know. 10 at 220? Oh no, this is 25 at 220. Okay. Maybe that's not the correct one, or maybe it is. Oh, wait, no, 25 at 220. This is 10 at 220. Unless I have another 10 at 220, I'm pretty sure I just kind of did the same thing with the higher voltage but same capacitance. And I believe that's what I did. Okay. Nothing to worry about. Minus goes right in here. 220, 220, yes. There we go. I don't know why I keep getting worried about these bigger capacitors. They fit, so it's not like they don't. Throw these in my garbage bag. Yeah, this is definitely going to need some flux, that's for sure. That's okay. Hey, Lurk, what's up? Here for the party. Actually, I'm just going to open up my window for a brief second. Just to kind of get some cooler air in here. There we go. Do the next one. So, I just did that, so I need to do that. So, hold on. My room does get slightly toasty because, you know, streaming does require some sort of processing, and my computer is very beastly. So, okay. Let's desolder more stuff. So I know it's a capacitor because it says C right there. I don't care about the number, but C means capacitor. Just gonna add some extra solder to the point. Get it all nice and freshened up. Solder bolts. And then just press in. And again. With the knife tip, it is sometimes kind of awkward to get the the edge into the correct place, but I don't know, that's like its only downside, really. Otherwise, I think it's the best tip. I know some people prefer chisel, but knife tip gang for the win. Alright, now I got them loosened up here. I don't know if you can really see that. Oh, you can maybe see. That's kind of in the middle of the screen. There's those wiggling stuff. Just take my knife tip, touch both points at the same time, and just kind of wiggle, 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 wiggle the capacitor out. Come on, there we go. Almost had it. This dude, okay, we're just gonna pull it out instead. There we go. This is a gold one. This is fancy. This is, oh, another 220 at 25 M gold. I don't know what the gold necessarily is. Maybe like a different chemistry or something, but it's M, and I went for the highest tolerance I could get anyways, so 10%. If there was a higher tolerance, I would totally get them, but I didn't. I just got the ones that were available. Yeah, this one's bigger too than this one here. This should fit no problem though. And then we're just gonna find the spot, which is actually right here. Oh, this is gonna be fun. It's gonna be a little bit cramped in here, but minus is the marked side, as I learned. There we go, kind of squeezed things in, but it's now flush. I totally forgot my playlist has a Baby Shark remix, but it's a bop, so I don't really care. Pretty sure it's made by Jaws. Like it's about to go dubsteppy. Yes, Jaws made it. Yeah, now the drop's about to happen. I recommend anybody should go look up Baby Shark Jaws remix, Jauz. Don't at me because it's a good remix. It's a bop. Now that I've soldered that, just gonna hit it with some flux, just to fix up those joints. Oh, how are the new pads on the Superlux? Because I was looking at those, because, you know, cheaper than DT 770s, but it seems that I should still get them anyways, but way better. That is good to know. It's good to it's good to have like cheap headphone recommendations because not everybody wants to put in the money for like the super expensive stuff, but cheap cans and some pads is still cheaper than like a really good set. So all right, so I still got the ones there and there to replace, and then I got this section here. Need to turn the volume. Yeah, that could be a little bit of a problem. I could see like people using their phones, maybe that could be a bit of a problem. Well, first off, listening on your phone is kind of like Chrome does this really weird thing if you listen to Spotify where it starts playing a song, then it like pauses for like 2-3 seconds, and then it continues playing the song, and I don't know why it does that. So sometimes if I'm just listening to a playlist, I'll get super pissed off and just listen off my phone, but you can hear that there's a quality difference. It just sounds different compared to the laptop. I should compare it with my like dedicated phone that I've turned into a DAP though. 32 ohm, yeah, that's seems pretty drivable. It's really low resistance. What was it doing here? So this one. Where is it? That's a good question. I just did that, and I did that, so there should be something here. I'm realizing my shadow's kind of blocking stuff, but I'm sorry. Is it this? Ah, yes, it is that. Okay, but I need this one, because that's a different one. So it should be somewhere around here. There's a C here. Is it this? It has to be. I just want to test with the multimeter before I desolder stuff. It's kind of unfortunate that I can't really show this part, but I'm just taking the probes of my multimeter and I'm just putting them on the top side, touching where the leg is, and then I'm trying to find the kind of the point on the other side. If I get a beep, that means that I found it. Huh. Where is it? It's a very good question. Oh, I was not in continuity mode. That would kind of make things tough. Okay, so that is a point, right? Haha, I found it. Okay. So, oh, let's not bust the caps of a region I did not buy caps for. So I know that it's actually There was stuff. Was it this? Is that this or this? I think it's this right here. This, right? Yes. I was looking for that, so that's right here. Yes, right there. So these points right here, so. Just now that I have the point, add some solder. Always make sure to clean, just like dab your iron in the brass thing. Just dab it. Like a Fortnite kid. Just dab it. Actually, dabbing predates Fortnite, I'm pretty sure. I hate dabs. It's such a dumb meme. Kind of got some extra solder where I didn't want any. That's, should be fine. Clean that up. Yeah, I'm good. So now I should just be able to grab... Yeah, it's loose. So I should be able to just... Come on. Alright, this is just going to be one of those where I need to pull it out. Come on. There we go. Yeah, it has the Sharpie mark. And this is a 16 at 470. This one's actually a little bit popcorn too. You can see it by the kind of reflections where it has like the nice hot spot. So what was I looking at? 16 by 40, 470. Okay. Saw that somewhere. 16,470. Here we are. Again, big size difference, but with the way the board is laid out, I don't think that's really going to be a problem. But yeah, you can see that this one it has like a consistent shininess, and this one has beyond the fact that I put Sharpie on it, it just has like the bulging. So that's a bad cap. 16,470, 16,470. Yep. So this can go in the bad pile. I'm gonna have to, at some point, take a trip to an e-waste place. Oh, damn, what the fuck? Just kind of a weird coloration going on here. I don't know if the camera can pick that up. It's like a weird darkened color. I don't know if you guys can see that. Interesting. Don't know if that's just, I don't know, maybe Sharpie? But anyways, just gonna put this thing in here. Get it nice and flat, or as flat as it can be. Once I got it flat, or as flat as it can be, just take these and bend them. so that way it stays in place. And now I just solder. Tip the iron, dab the iron, hold the tip on both the point and the leg, and then just put solder on all three, and there we go. And again, knife tip onto the pad, the leg, get some solder, it'll melt onto all of them, good to go. Hey Stump, how's it going? Get some flux on here. That's good to hear. Yes, soldering hype. I haven't done a soldering stream in a long while. It seems to be the most popular thing that I do, so I figure do it for at least a little bit. Alright, now that I've fluxed it to clean up the things, just cut off the legs and add it to my pile, because I like to save the legs. And that's another one done. That is marked with a Sharpie, so I'm going to have to do that one. Okay. Yeah, I haven't actually soldered in a while, too. Probably in a year. Over a year, maybe. But my DVD recorder broke. The caps died. A bunch of them were... Or not a bunch, but a handful of them were poofed up. So... bought replacements and just kind of slowly replacing things. Yeah, that would be it. And then I also have Quo's N64 that I gotta look into because its Ultra HDMI is kind of funky. Where it's fine and then you keep the console on for a while and then it gets kind of weird interference on it. So we're gonna attempt to do something with that, and we're also gonna do an RGB mod to it because it's one of the older models, so it's a very cheap RGB mod. And then that way he can use it with his RetroTink, even though the Ultra HDMI might be like, it works, it just has like a really odd interference when you're watching it like source quality. I'm hoping maybe it's just a loose solder joint or something, but maybe a reflow will fix it up, you know? Or maybe there's a wire on top of the flex that's creating some interference. So... Alright. And another cap bites the dust. This is a 10 volts by 120. This cap is actually the nicest one that I've pulled out. If you look, this one, the film is all nice and solid. Oh, focus. It's all nice and solid. It's not bumped up. Like, this is the nicest cap out of all of them. And the other one, actually, let me pull out another cap from the garbage pile here as a comparison. Yeah, this is a good... Whoa, this is a good comparison right here. Oh, nice. What consoles did you RGB mod? Out of curiosity. But, yeah, these are both caps that came out of the DVD recorder. If we take a look at the film there. Well, maybe if I just kind of do that instead. You'll see that, come on, one of those has like a really ugly film that's kind of like transparent. This one's nice, so... Ooh, N64 and NES. Did you, which mod did you use for the N64? Was it like an older revision so you could do the cheap one, or was it, Advanced 64, the Viletim N64 mod? There's a couple options out there. Okay, so this is 10 at 1200. I saw that somewhere. Ten at 1200. Here we go. Comparison of the two right there. $1,210. The Eaton one is nice. I really hope that kind of whistling sound didn't come through the mic. Jesus. I know that the boardy one, the Advanced 64, has become somewhat popular because of the whole heuristic deblurring and stuff like that, but I think that's also an option on the Viletim one now too, so... The Advanced 64 one does have component output, so if you wanted to, you could like mod an output to it or just send it across the RGB pins. I think Retro Access sells cables for that specifically. But I know a lot of people just kind of have the RGB and call it a day, so... Oh, I put this in wrong. Oops. It's a good thing I double-checked. Kind of second-guessing all the ones that I put in now. No, it seems that it's all correct. They generally all face either towards me or that way. If you look at the all the labels, they basically face the same way, so... Yeah, for the most part, RGB's fine. Like, scalars will take in both. It's really just the display that matters more, but if you have an RGB workflow, it's not too hard to just get a RGB to component converter box and just have it spit that out at the end of the chain, so that's what I do. And I have the HD Retrovision Super Nintendo cables, and I have a Genesis cable. And then all my other consoles are actually RGB with dongle boys. And then anything RGB just gets routed to a Shinybo SCART component box. Because I have a nice 32-inch JVC iArt, or no, not iArt, D-Series. My 27 inches in iArt D-Series JVC tube, and our component looks glorious on it from retro consoles. I remember the first time I did the not recommended component output mod on my Super Nintendo. And I looked at the image and I was just like, holy moly, this is what people are talking about. So. And I don't even have a one chip. It was just like, I have the good model that isn't a one chip. The best one that isn't a one chip. which is why I think hunting down a one chip is kind of pointless. I mean, there's a lot of regular revisions, so it makes sense if you have like a shitty one to specifically want to hunt down a one chip so you don't get burned, but I think the model I have is actually really good on video quality, so the difference between that and a one chip is fairly negligible, I think, personally. And I know there are others who also think that, so I'm not alone. Alright, now I got this pile. It's hard to see. This pile just right there. Change the lighting up a little bit. I have cookie paper on my desk lamp, so that way it's not like a super large specular highlight here. The thing is, I also lost some daylight, so I could probably actually make things a little brighter. Oh, wrong button. Anyways, let's start from the closest outwards. We're almost done. These little guys here, okay. So this is a C right here. Right here. So let's get rid of this little guy. Probably getting replaced with a big guy, but that's okay. There should be space. And if there isn't, we'll make space, so I'm not too worried. Console, SCART switch, pass-through, OSSC, HDMI, splitter, monitor, and capture card. Yeah, that's, if you're gaming on LCDs, that's definitely a good way to go about it. Why am I flexing? Jeez. I personally don't like SCART, but there is nothing wrong with your setup, and it's pretty baller, I will admit. I just don't like SCART because it shouldn't exist here. In Europe, where TVs have SCART, it makes a lot of sense. But when you try to get into SCART stuff here, you inevitably have a lot of different adapters and everything like that. Like the SCART to BNC adapter for your PVM, for example. So, I mean, if it was a VGA, you'd also need a VGA to BNC adapter, but that's just a little bit more ubiquitous. 47 at 6.3 volts. Okay, do I have a 47 at 6.3 volts? I have a 47 at 35 volts. And there were two of these here, so I probably just went up in voltage. That's a bit of a size difference, isn't it? It will fit. I'm sure it will fit. It's just not gold, but whatever. 47. 47. Okay. Yeah, this fits in perfectly into the footprint right there. That guy right there fits in perfectly fine. So They definitely shrunk down their components. Oh, why is my encoding overloaded? What the heck? It was overloaded for a second. What happened? Oh, I'm streaming at... What am I streaming at? I just realized my CPU is at 30% usage doing this. Oh boy. I'm streaming at medium. At 6500. 1080p 60. This would explain why my room is so toasty. I totally forgot I had those settings. Let's get rid of some Discord notifications here. Oh yeah, I don't think anybody in their right mind actually keeps the JP21 anymore. Like, they just gave up. JP21 is no longer a thing. A couple years ago, it would still be like, hey, JP21 equipment and all that stuff, and now it's just nobody cares. SCART or components. Hopefully soon to be dongle boys. Alright, let's just get some solder on these legs. Oh, come on. That's definitely not enough solder. Definitely gonna have to flux this after. So I don't know if people normally listen to my other mic, but I hope that this sounds pretty good, because this is actually going to be one of the mics that are used during NASA on-site, whenever the hell that actually is able to happen. Like, my goal is that this sounds really clear. Not necessarily a radio boomy-esque voice, just that it sounds nice and clear. How do I plan on broadcasting from the moon? Starlink, duh. Like, geez. It's good. That is awesome to hear. I'm always worried about audio. Video is something visually I can always see in OBS and be like, that doesn't look correct. But audio, unless I'm actually hearing myself, and I generally try not to, because it trips me up listening to myself. I'd rather not. Listening to other people, super easy. Listening to myself all the time, I'm just like, okay, no. No, thank you. Because I used to monitor my audio, and then I was like, no. Especially because I process my audio quite a bit. So there's always like a little bit of latency involved. So it kind of works like those speech jammers. Because I can actually show you guys how much I even have processing on this microphone right here. Why do I have two ZI2s? What the fuck? Or ST2s. Bye-bye. Studio mode. Mics. Sure. Okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 filters. This is what I sound currently. This is what I sound without it. Obviously a lot quieter. Probably got some noise going on. But anyways, this is with the noise removed. This is with the compressor. This is with a little bit of EQ, now boosting it all back up. This is with the de-esser. This is the RNN noise to get rid of the keyboard clacking. This is just the limiter, so you're not going to hear anything. To get rid of any loud sounds so they don't clip in OBS. And this is a noise gate, so you're still not going to be able to hear the difference. But yeah, so once all this processing is going on with like 1, 2, 3, 4 VSTs, 1, 2, 3, or 5 VSTs and 2 built-in OBS filters, it's not a very long delay, but it's long enough that it just, you hear yourself after you talk, like a short second after. Not even a second, it's probably like 100, 200 milliseconds at most, but the point is that it trips me up to listen to it. But I want that because it makes me sound a lot nicer on stream, so... And I definitely should make a video on my mic processing at some point. I feel a lot of streamers could probably benefit. Frickin' massive fan noise or all that stuff. That's why I'm super happy that the last NASA event, there was a guide on microphone placement, because I swear 75% of all the runners didn't actually have proper microphone placement, and as soon as they did and realized that they sounded better, they were like, oh my god. Like, that is the stuff that runner guides in marathons should have. Because for the most part, people realize, oh, I'm going to have to stream at, this resolution, this bit rate, probably if I have a camera, put it here and there. No, the actual information, Like, if you're going to have a run for an event, you should probably actually learn something from that event. But that's the thing. Well, okay, I'm missing a capacitor? What? 220 at 16. Ah, because I have a 220 at 25, okay. Like, not to rant super huge amount here, but, yay, it's super nice that all these events, bigger events, have you go through all this kind of virtual audio cable stuff here and there so they can process your sound. And I'm sure that, they're doing fantastic jobs making everybody sound the best that they can sound. But, the runner learns absolutely nothing from that. They're going to go back to their own stream and they're going to potentially just sound like shit again. Which sucks because, they just got on a bigger platform. They have all of a sudden this new chance for exposure for new people, because it's like, oh, I didn't realize that, people play this game. And I now know of a person who speedruns this. Let me follow them. And because, they were entertaining, the game was entertaining, all this shit. And then you go to their stream and it sounds awful. And then, a lot of people just won't watch. Did I put this in correctly? Fuck. Yes, I did. Okay. Take my headset loop back from partway through my processing. Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe I should do that. Just kind of loop it partway through processing. I like that. I could probably do that too, because everything's a SIO in OBS, so I could have a specific one that only loops back to me without so much processing. That's a good idea. I like that. I'm going to steal that. Thank you, Stump. Discussing headset mic placement is often more harmful than good. Yes and no. A lot of people um, do learn from it. It helps that in the last runner guide that I made, there was physical pictures of what to do and what not to do. And the nice part is because they get set up before the run, if they're breathing hard into the mic, you can walk them through the fact that, hey, don't eat your mic. Like my microphone placement actually took a while to, because I'm also using the headset. It's super close to my mouth and everything like that, but it sounds all good. I actually, at this point, have a super nice process of explaining where to put the mic, and it's fairly bomb-proof. It's, hey, Illuminatum. Basically, the easy way to explain somebody where to put a headset microphone is do a Joker smile, take the microphone capsule, put it right at the corner of your Joker smile. So like smile as big as possible, Joker smile, put it right in that top corner so it matches your exaggerated smile. Put the microphone capsule there, and that is the optimal placement. And it works because the person, like when they smile, they have to lift up the microphone capsule away from their nose and away from their mouth because they're getting that kind of like cheek puffiness area. And I have not had anybody kind of fuck up microphone placement after telling them that. So so the optimal placement is in the corner of the mouth. And you'll notice on Broadway, stage, theater, everything like that, anything that uses a headset or an ear set microphone, it's always the corner of the mouth. Because that way you get behind the nose, so you can't get any deep like nose sounds. Like if I go, like I'm trying really hard to make that sound, and it's barely picking it up, right? Like I see on OBS, it is just so much quieter. And yeah, that's because it's behind kind of the nose. And because it's also a little bit offset, whenever I do like the plosives, so Peter Piper picked a peck of peppers, it's also avoiding a lot of the plosives right there. So that is the perfect place to put it. And if you can't put it there for whatever reason, what Broadway also does is a wig mic, and it's just the very top, kind of like if anybody's watched Neverending Story, the princess. Enchanted Princess, where she has like the diadem at like the top of her kind of forehead in the middle of her head. That's where a microphone goes as well. But that's less preferred. But that's because like you can get a directional one, it just aims down from your face. So, or Omni too. It's basically the same distance if it's at the top of your head from where people put a lav mic. Lav mic generally goes on the sternum. So, all right, let's get this. We have like 2 capacitors left. We're almost done. Very unusual on the software side. I am willing to hear what is unusual about this. I like unusual things. If I remember correctly, you stream on Linux, so you probably do a bunch of stuff with Jack. Yeah, see? I do have some weird Jack things set up when I am on Linux, but I generally don't use my Linux install unless I'm doing Node CG stuff. But I had to install some specific music software in order to get Jack to recognize my 4x4 interface to use it properly. So 220 at 25. Jack is really confusing when you start, but as soon as you actually get things going, it's super nice. It's... Oh wow, I didn't even desolder, I just ripped the thing out. Okay, that's a problem. Hold on. Also, why am I still in studio mode? I did what I wanted to with my microphones. Wonder if I can get DMCA claimed for singing along to my playlist right now. Probably, actually, because I don't have the performance rights to a song. I'll just let you guys know that if I could sing along, I would be singing along to God is a Dancer with Mabel by Tiesto. It's going to be a little bit cramped in this section, but that's okay. Like, that's pretty cramped considering we had, you know, capacitors this size. So, but, oh well. I'm not too concerned. Things still basically fit. They're just a little bit offset. Windows jack. Huh, okay. I've never heard of that. Man, I'm actually super happy with how this soldering's going right now. Actually, I just realized that you actually can't see me solder these last few capacitors. There we go. I remember early soldering back when I was like still in grade school. I would have fucking massacred this board. When is soldering going to be plug and play? Probably never. I mean, we have robots that solder, but we still need people to actually solder, so it's just one of those things that I don't think a robot will really actually replace. And actually, there's not even robots that really solder. They just put all the fucking connections in, they slather it with fucking paste, they throw it in an oven, it bakes, everything just kind of heats up together, and you're good to go. So... that would be amazing. Now that you've said that, Lurk, that would be absolutely amazing. I mean, technically that process is what I was describing. You'd like put everything on there, put solder paste on, throw it in an oven, and after baking, good to go. But that really only works for like new products because you can lay everything on there flat. It's also wave soldering, but you know. All right, let's get rid of this little guy. All right, actually, let's read about this. QJack patch bay. I think that's the thing that I have installed, QJack CTL. I think that script is actually included in the thing that I installed. Okay, calf jack is where you lost me. That sounds actually really awesome. Hot plugging, removing, automatic rerouting. That sounds pretty sick. That sounds actually super sick. 50 at 10, okay. That would be this one, 50 at 10. Oh, almost done. Almost done. Honestly, if this doesn't resurrect the DVD recorder, I will be really sad. Also, how did I mark... Did I forget to buy a capacitor? I think I did. I must have. Because I have two marked here. 35... I mean, it's not a poofed one, so I'm not too concerned, but I thought I bought them all. Unless I didn't pull out a bag. So one of them's 47 by 35, I think. And the other one's 50 by 10. So I have a 50... I have one more 50 by 10, but I don't have that 35. Very, very interesting. Just gonna double check my baggies here. It's empty. This is garbage. Check all the baggies here. Make sure that they're empty. Yes, they're all empty. Well, if I can't replace one of them, that's just what it's gonna be. Yeah, I have one left. I'll put that there. Let's check the DigiKey box. Let's see, I have... That's not it. That's not it. And that is not it. So unless there is something hidden away here. No, just an invoice, some packaging paper, more packaging paper. Alright, well, you know, it is what it is. I must have just miscounted when I was ordering. That's okay. I might actually have a spare. Let me replace the ones that I have, and I'm going to check my box of stuff. I may have one that fits. Anyways, what did I desolder? I desoldered that to put in this. this side here. Oh. I mean, at some point I should probably recap the rest of the DVD recorder too, but that's another day. That's if this still doesn't work. Okay, so the capacitor that I do have is a 5010. Oh, you know, I probably didn't plan to replace one of these. Probably that little gold one, actually. But, whoops. Okay, so this is the 5010 one right here. Which... it's probably this right here. Like, I do have a bunch of capacitors, so... maybe I have something that'll work. And if not, I'm just going to keep repeating myself the same thing. Because that's what makes sense. Should has another positive for using the solder pulse. It's a lot quieter. You don't have that constant drrrr sound going on. $10.50. Better idea of how to use the desoldering pump or the soldering iron. In either case, that's still good. I'm glad that somebody's learning. Because half the time, I'm sure not. With the soldering iron, it's just, you gotta make sure that the tip is touching both the point, like the pad, and the leg at the same time. And then you touch the solder to the leg. Or the point. Just not directly on the iron. Because the iron has to heat up the point and the leg to reach temperature, so the solder joins the two things together. Well, I mean, definitely a good beginner project. The toughest part is desoldering, but if you got the pump that I have, then you shouldn't have any problems. Not like poor Roboy in R3. Poor Roboy. Using a really crappy pump and then ending up kind of wrecking a pad. Okay, so I got one more, which is 47. Oh, 47 is a very common capacitance. I might have something for that. Very common video capacitance. Let's check my I have a little nice, went to the dollar store and just bought like this toolbox. And I throw all my stuff inside of it. Because normally when you buy electronic stuff that come in, these DigiKey bags are like super heavy duty, but when I go to the local store, they come in a lot thinner boxes, so... I have a capacitor of some kind here, which is 100 at 10, so that's no good. I have... Okay, so I have 100 at 16, 100 at 35, I don't actually know, this one's not written on the bag, so what does the actual capacitor say? 22 at 50, okay. And this is 10 at 50. Oh wait, what is this? 47 at 16. Yo, is that what I need? Oh, I need 35 at 16. Fuck. Damn it. So close. Yeah, I consider myself super lucky that there is an actual electronics store in the region. What is this? 220 at 63. This is just a bunch of resistors, so I don't think I have a replacement capacitor for that, unfortunately. Kind of a bummer. I have a lot of... I have Pico fuses for Super Nintendos, I got SOP to DIP boards, I got some Vero board with some transistors for a failed project. I have what I can only assume is a bag of voltage regulators. I don't even know what the fuck this is. IRF said 44N. Probably some, I don't know, it requires a heatsink. Got some clocks, crystal clocks, probably from my Super Game Boy mod to bring it back up to speed. I got another, probably voltage regulator. A Mitsubishi chip of some sort. What is this? 25 at 220. Alright, yeah, I don't have it in this box, and I could look. No, I don't have any other. Okay, well, that's fine. Yeah, I fixed the, because I have a classic Super Game Boy, and I did the clock mod to it so it runs at a regular rate. For some reason, I think if I told people that for speedrun leaderboards, they would throw a hissy fit, but I don't speedrun Game Boy games. And if I do, I'm using Game Boy interface, so it's not too big of a concern. Damn. 16 volts. Oh well. I have a bunch of 47 kilo ohm and ohm resistance. I have a lot of resistors. Hot damn. It's a good thing the bags are labeled because I don't fucking have any clue what the actual values are. Oh, and I still have two headphone jacks. Okay, well, that sucks, but what can you do when you live in a shoe? Anyways, this is garbage. Put that there. Did I replace the last cap? I did. Oh, I should put all these legs in my little leg bag. It's right here. Oh, no, those are diodes. Or, no, those are... I have two LEDs with the needed resistors. That's from a very old project. Where are my resistor legs? I had them somewhere. Jeez, where did I put them? This is what I get for trying to be organized. Hansel and Gretel get baked. That's interesting. Does it star any, like, actually known actors, or...? Somehow, yes. Oh, dear. Okay, I literally had a baggie just of component legs, and I don't know where I put it. Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, there's... No, those are resistors. Those are still resistors. Did I pull it out already? Like, I'm so confused. I don't get it. I'm just gonna be dazed and confused for the next little bit, clearly. Well, I legitimately don't know what the fuck I did with the baggie, so... Maybe it was just this instead that I thought it was? It's okay, we'll get a new baggie. This is why I keep a thing So I keep Ziploc bags in my room. Actually, I do have another repair project that I could attempt, which is recapping an Atari Lynx that I got for free. It doesn't turn on, but if you jump the screen lamp, it does actually turn on, so pretty sure it's just a cap issue. And I bought the cap. I'm pretty sure all the caps are in this box are actually from that Atari Lynx. I just never got around to doing it. There we go. Anyways, now is the fun part. We gotta clean this up a little bit, actually, because there's a lot of Lux residue everywhere. Here's all the old caps. Michael Welch, Molly Quinn, Walkhart. Wow, okay, Laura Flynn. Oh, Laura Flynn Boyle, hot damn. That sounds like something I need to watch. Also, what's up, Boom? Yeah, like Lurk said, just mainly unplugging things and putting them back together. Be very careful. You don't want to fuck up the pins on the CPU. Oh, I don't know what that is. What the fuck is this? Some sort of plastic. Okay. To explain what I'm doing, I just put some isopropyl on this toothbrush that I specifically only keep for this, and I'm just kind of scrubbing away all the flux. Actually, I'm just gonna be very gentle. This might be a clip-worthy moment. Okay. Yeah, generally, if you're taking off the CPU heatsink, you want some new thermal grease. I don't know what's good recently, but anything Noctua branded's probably good. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up all the gunk that I put on here while soldering. It's probably still going to be gunky afterwards, but, you know, at least it's less gunky. What I need to do now is actually put the thing together to test it. So, uh-oh. Okay, top shield is not needed. But I do need everything from the bottom. I have a second reason why you keep Ziploc bags around for all the screws. Right, now I just have to conveniently somehow put everything back together. Let's put this... yeah, if you actually thinking about it, if you want like a visual aid, look up Linus Tech Tips or Gamers Nexus, or even Level 1 Techs. They probably have a video of putting together a computer. and that will probably help. Okay, I need to actually get rid of this pad. Nope. Put that on the ground. That's why I like the soldering pad. It just keeps your workspace kind of clean. Okay. Now we just need to put this back together. Enough that, I'm going to put some tools away here. Need to put this back together enough that we can test if it works. Yes, level 1 techs. Wendell is amazing. But then you got Gamers Nexus with Tech Jesus. And then you have Linus, who just like is everyday man. But yeah, taking pictures of how things were before so you know kind of what things should look like after is definitely a good call. Oh, I can turn off my soldering iron now. There we go. That should help with the temperature in my room. Now, putting this back together is gonna be a bitch. Like, geez. Oh, wait, there's probably something. Aha, there's a little cable under. There we go. There is, in fact, that goes to there. That should slide in. Aha, I understand why now. Okay. There we go. You didn't see it, but right here, this has to like slide into the metal thing because this keeps it in place. Now, this plugs into there. This bracket goes somewhere, that's for sure. And also supposedly plugs into something. Oh, I think... Oof, fuck. This is why pictures are a good idea. Like that? I don't... Maybe if I get this in. Yes, that needs to go... So, yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think the problem with Linus... Oh, wow, that's loose. Is that, he doesn't actually write the scripts. So you end up with people writing things. This is kind of dusty. Writing things as if they were, like, as if they're writing an essay for school, and then he's just reading it. Right? Which is why I wish they would kind of change the host up. Like, I like it when when they give the camera stuff to, like, Brandon, or they give, the more technical stuff to, like, Andy. And am I saying the correct name, Andy? In either case, I like when they do, when they kind of change things up, because then you realize, hey, you know, there's definitely some sort of screws that go here. And I don't know what. But I think I'm good enough to actually just test it. Get the fan in. I mean, everything else is plugged in. Oh, right, because I forgot this ribbon cable was actually so old that this little tab fell off. I wonder if I have a little bit of tape. Yeah, now Luke is just in charge of float plane. The cool thing. But at least he's still on the WAN show, and I don't even really watch the WAN show live. I just watch the clips off their clips channel. I stopped following their channel because just a lot of it just wasn't relevant to me, and I don't know, it was getting kind of frustrating with the thumbnails and the content and everything, but they do have good content every now and then. Just if there's good content, I will either learn via Twitter or Discord or something, so I don't feel a need to keep subscribed. I'm still subscribed to TechLinked, though. Like, TechLinked is good stuff. Where'd I put the blue tab? Jesus Christ, I'm already losing shit. Where did I put it? Seriously? Oh, there it is. Okay. Did I watch the MMA doc? I did not. I forgot. I will probably watch it tonight, actually, because I need stuff to watch. So. Ooh. I really hate flex cables, like... Okay. That flex cable seems to be in. Is there a wire I'm missing? No. It's probably if it needs like a hard drive or something. Okay, I should have a power cable somewhere here. I know I should have a cable because I had one for PS3. Moment of truth. Did I fuck everything up? I mean, it didn't work before, so it's not like I really have too much to lose here. But... oh, I heard something. I really hope nothing popped. You know what? I'm gonna put a screw into that power thing so I'm not holding on to it. Probably would have helped if I knew which one was which, but... I had a screwdriver. Like, I heard something. I think the fan, like, clicked. But I'm so freaked out that, like... All right. Oh, no, it turned on. It turned on. Yeah, so that was just like the fan kicking on, I guess. It turned on. We're good. I'm gonna do this very carefully. But as you can see, the clock blinks now. And it did not do that before. It was just literally dead. I'm so happy. Holy shit. It doesn't smell like smoke at all, but I don't know. I also have a window open. No, if there was magic smoke, it would have already popped up because I've magic smoked a Famicom. Basically, the Famicom, the NES has the NES uses 9 volts AC or DC. Either way, it uses one or the other. And I used an official NES adapter on a Famicom, and the official one is AC or DC, and the Famicom required the opposite. So I plugged it in, and literally, it went poof. Like I saw a little bit of black smoke pop out of the fucking Famicom. But the best part is, as soon as I realized that mistake, I pulled it out, and I grabbed the correct power supply, and I plugged it in, and it still fucking worked. This was years ago. The same day I went to the local store and I got new caps for it. But yeah, that shit was built like a tank. It magic smoked and still worked. But honestly, on power supplies, it's probably best to replace anyways. How do I put this back together? This is... I'm trying to figure out how the fuck this bracket... Because this bracket holds this in place. Or it should be holding it in place anyways. But I don't understand how. I wish I had a picture. I should have taken a picture. I didn't realize this would be so stupid. I should probably zoom out at this point because there's really... Yay, you can see the dead Saturn on the ground that I was supposed to ship out, but maybe I'll try to fix. Probably still ship it out. And you can see my Cookie Monster pajama pants. Hello. How the fuck does this go back together? Like, this doesn't match. Unless it holds it like that, maybe? Or like this. Oh, it holds it like this, probably. Maybe. To be determined. Alright, let's very gingerly pull out this flex cable. Very gingerly pop this out. Okay, let's just get the screws into the motherboard first. That's like the important part. Start getting rid of some screws and then we'll figure out the rest as we go along. That Saturn was actually supposed to go to Gaming Clyde. I promised it to him forever ago and I never sent it. So I will probably DM him and be like, hey, do you still want this? Because I blew it up. Like that is this, when I was talking about blowing up the power strip, that is the Saturn that caused that. I kind of really fucked up the BIOS removal and ripped a bunch of pads. I could attempt to fix it, but it's very low on the to-do list, and I already replaced the Saturn for the person that I was modding it for, so... I have some serious motivational problems, but if I fuck something up of yours, I immediately offer to buy a new one. Yeah, maybe I'll take a picture of how bad it is in a moment, or just show on camera anyways, I mean, but it's not my finest work. Basically, for some fucking reason, Sega epoxied the BIOS thing to the PCB. And I used a hot air gun, but it was one of my first hot air gun projects, and I got it hot, but not hot enough, so some traces went with it. I should have just done the Monkey guide and cut the pins, and then I wouldn't have ripped anything off, but I thought I was better than I was. How many consoles have I blown up before? Honestly, just two. The Saturn and the Famicom. And technically the Famicom wasn't blown up, it was just a step away from blowing up, so... Really? Oh, this probably has the big screw, doesn't it? Wait, no, it's probably a regular one. Problems with employees plugging personal heaters into their power strips under... Oh, God. Not to tell me when a port of their power strip died, instead of moves here to another port. Oh, God. Yeah, that's rough. Jeez. I will click on that link in just a second. Just want to get all these screws in. Alright, let's click this. Holy fuck. You'd think after the first one they'd realize, hey, let's not do that, you know? But no. Jeez. You know, I've done some fucked up shit, but I still haven't managed to do that. So... Damn. Hot damn. Oh shit. Mike Chi posted on Twitter that he now has final samples of his new scaler. Fucking SCART port. Let me share the kind of link in here. It looks pretty nifty. Like, I like the fact that it has a proper case. Actually, hold on, I can just show. Where's a window capture? Firefox. There we go. Oh no, you get to see my tabs. Oh, that was a channel link. Well, you know what? Whatever. Now you can see it on screen. And you know what? I'll just delete that link. How do I delete? I want to delete. I can't delete. Anyways. Cool. It's really dumb that you can't, because what if you accidentally, like, copy paste, like, a password or something? Very stupid. I can remove it in YouTube. Weird. Anyways, let's get this fucking bracket on. I have... Alright, I have ones... These are most certainly outside screws. These two bigger ones. And then I have a smaller one that must be for this bracket right here. Oh, hold on. This screw... I can only assume that this bracket... Oh, there's two right here. Okay, okay. I'm getting what they're putting down. Hold on. So I have two screws here. What? Was I supposed to have more? I feel like I should have had more. But anyways, I also have a little screw here. This one probably goes on the outside, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Maybe here or here. I'm missing screws. How am I missing screws? Let's get rid of this big boy here. Yeah, because this one definitely... You know, if we optimize something so that it just uses less screws, I mean, that's just... Panasonic should take note. That's all I'm saying. That doesn't even want to go in there, so that's probably not it. So that big one probably does, in fact, go in there. But we'll keep it for the internal for now. I'm fairly confident I put... Okay, yeah, that would go in there. I'm fairly confident that I put all screws in the baggie, but, you know, if we're missing one or two on the outside, so be it. Okay, so... I need to match up somehow this with that, more than likely. No. Oh, there is a guide. That goes in there. That would go... Okay, this probably has to be unplugged. Hold on. Yeah, if anybody was here for the PS3 repair stream that I did, it was also missing screws, but then my buddy told me that it didn't even come with those screws to begin with and not to worry, so I was like, oh, beautiful. This also doesn't go in there yet. Because this has a guide system right here. And that goes in like so. And then everything goes down like so. Getting this cable on might be a bitch. But okay. Oh, jeez. There we go. Actually, let's get this back on there, maybe. And then get that in on there. Perfect. Oh, I lost my little stuff. It's okay, because it only has to hold it in semi-permanently. I really hate flex cables that use that fucking plastic tab to keep things in place, because they're never glued on fully. Like, if you look at this, well, there's only so much. God damn it. Fucking focus. Jesus Christ. I don't know if you can really tell, but there's like barely any glue on there. There's just like a thin strip. So it's really fucking annoying. And yes, I do have a sheet of paper just beside me at all times. I use it to white balance. I also use it to clean the heads on my VCR, but that's neither here or there. All right, let's get this thing on. There we go, that's on. I have to reorientate this. I think actually my best bet will be to get this flex cable in first. And then jam the spacer in. I'm 100% certain this is for the disk drive, and I would still like to use the disk drive, but if it doesn't work, that is not the end of the world. I mainly use this for its RF composite and S-video to component capabilities. Okay, so that is in. Now let's just shove this fucking thing in. There we go. And if I roll this little thing of electrical tape over, I now have a little pad to pull on if need be, but otherwise we're all good. Now I have a little screw. HDMI repair. Oof. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. You know what? I don't have two little screws, but I'm instead going to put the little screw right here just to keep this port from moving. And that screws in there. This goes in here. And I really don't have any other screws. I mean, there's this big one, but I'm pretty sure it's not from anything in here. No. I just found that screw randomly and I don't know what it's from, but... And then these two bigger thumb screws are for out here, so... Yeah, these probably were empty all the time. But that should definitely be there, that should definitely be there. And then I have the two there. Okay, well, whatever. Let's get the rest of this on, shall we? This, oh, what the hell was that? Oh, I still have another screw. Okay. What the? Something just fell out. Oh, a leg. Oh, no, a pin. The hell is there a pin doing in here? What the fuck? It's like a sewing pin needle thing. What the fuck? Why was that in there? Did I have to, like, unjam the drive at one point? Oh, maybe I did as a child. Oh, fuck yeah, I probably did. That would make a lot of sense. Oh, there should be something right here in the corner. Holding that in. There we go, now this board isn't gonna go anywhere. As far as I understand, I need to get this thing on, which is just a simple clip. Kind of clip thing going on. Yep. Let's see, you got your nice front input there. Now we just got this thing to put on. I do have to hand it to Panasonic. This thing was really easy to take apart. And as you can see, it's really easy to also put back together. Oh, I should have a screw up there, eh? Too bad. We're just going to put in these big thumb screws on the side and call it a day. Could probably move that. Actually, that one's always there. I could probably move that one to there if I really wanted to, but I'm not overtly concerned. Oh, this thing also has a polarized connector, and I was using a not polarized connector. That might have freaked it out a little bit too. Oops. But we're good. All right. Yeah, that's it. We're all good. I don't know what else there's to say. I've been live for 3 hours now. Almost 3.5 hours. It's like 10 minutes of waiting on the intermission. So I think for today we'll call it. I'm definitely going to work on more stuff. Definitely that N64. Definitely not tomorrow. Ready to test? I mean, it turned on. I did test it with power. It does turn on. I could plug it into my setup. I could do that actually. Hold on. Do I have a long enough power, like, microphone cable? Because I'm actually on a wired headset right now. But it's a very long cable. Oh yeah, I do have enough cable. Let's get this thing in my setup. Hold on. Now you can't see this, but it lives right on top of my Extron crosspoint. I'm gonna need my phone. Power cord to it should be somewhere. Let's see, green. Oh no, I'm definitely missing screws because this should be tighter. Where do I have more screws then? I've put all my screws in a baggie. What-oh? Oh, I have a whole second bag of screws. Jeez. Okay, we're not done yet. We're almost done. Holy fuck, I am a genius extraordinaire. Fucking genius. Alright, well luckily, we're already halfway done. Also, I'm going to close my window as my room has sufficiently cooled down now that I don't have a 380 degrees Celsius soldering iron going all the time. What I probably did was I probably split them into internal and external screws. But logic. I sometimes have it. I have to take off this thing again. There we go. Alright, what are we missing from here? We have two little bracket things. Instead of mining precious metals, people would have realized by now you can just tear electronics apart. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's just an infinite amount of screws here. Oh, see, I'm not even using the correct screws internally. Alright. Well, let's start swapping. Because these screws have, washers on them. This one goes right there. I'm literally just pulling screws and then putting them in here. Suppose I could zoom out a tiny bit. And I'm doing this standing as well because I really enjoy standing. Where else can I pull from? Just pull from here. I really do need to get a better flexible tripod than this one that I have. Now that I've owned this one for a while and I've definitely gotten some use out of it, I think it's time to upgrade to something a little better. I have two big ones there, and I need one that goes right there. So we'll just pull... I don't want to touch that one in the corner, because it's already there, so we'll do that. This probably goes right there, so I'm gonna have to fucking pull that off again. This, I have no idea where this goes. This little thing. But, let's get to it. Take that off. Internals go there. If I can just keep this connected. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. So let's grab one of these bad boys with a washer. There's a lot of screws that go. Oh, the plate is probably for this right here, so it's not loose. I understand. Start putting ones with washers in on here. Because yeah, if the ball head on that flexible tripod was actually a lot more, what's the word I'm looking for? If it was actually good, I'd be able to properly center the camcorder and kind of have things orientated properly, but you know. Oh well. Seeing a little bit of my desk isn't going to kill anybody, as far as I know. Maybe it's sacrilegious in some cultures. Oh, if you deal with retro consoles, like, get yourself one of these. They're RF to RCA adapters. I guess they're technically F to RCA adapters, but anyways, that way all you need to do is just grab a RCA cable, coax out or RF output from a console, right into the TV or device or whatever, and good to go. So, oh yes, this most certainly goes on there. Or does it go on the other way? No, it clips on like so. Probably keeps that at bay. Oh, and this thing has a guide for it, right? Like so. Because yeah, ideally, I would like to move the camera up so then I can zoom in, and then this would be like the kind of edge, but whatever. I could technically still zoom in a little bit. There you go. And I bet this little screw actually goes in there. Okay. Oh, that doesn't go in there. Okay. Guess something else. I guess, what did I have? I had this in there. I have a bunch of screws left. Actually, those have ground planes, so I should be using the ones that have a washer. on these. Very interesting. So that goes there. That goes there. This goes there. Oh, I already have them in. Jeez. I preset them and then I'm looking for them again. Okay. That's on. This is nice and sturdy now. This definitely connects to if there was a hard drive or something, I want to say. But everything else is pretty in tight. Like, I probably am missing places screws could go, but as long as everything's in tight. Okay, something definitely has to go in there. Maybe it's this tiny one. Nope. I already tried that, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's this one? Let's do the one with a washer. DA is but, well, I mean, you're not technically wrong. Also, what's up? Oh my god, why can't I think of how to pronounce your name? Archana? Arcana? There we go, that's keeping that in place, solid. Nice and solid. Maybe needs to go somewhere different to keep it, but I don't know. Actually, maybe there's a better way to put this in. Yo, I got it right the first time? Hell yeah. That's what it's about. Well, I'm glad that I got it right the first time. No, it definitely has to go up this way. I just don't get what this little... I was gonna use the Polish word, blaszka. What, like, plate, I guess? Like, what the fuck is it actually supposed to do? Because it doesn't hold on to anything. It's supposed to bend? Like... I don't get it. Maybe like that. Maybe that's what it's supposed to do. Or the opposite, I should say. Oh, it does have a bend to it, I guess. No, it's probably the opposite way. No, definitely this way, yes. Okay, that's how it goes on. Okay. Yes, that would keep things nice and snug. Okay. I still have a few screws left. I mean, I don't really see where they could go. Everything's kind of nice. This is not moving anywhere. That's in. I have all my screws back here in. Unless there's anything on the bottom, but I doubt it. Nope. I'm missing 3 screws, but I guess it's just going to be 3 more screws efficient than it was before. Like, nothing seems loose. Everything's solid. So. Actually, it'll only be 2 because 3 of these are being used on the outside, so. Yeah. It's just 2 screws more efficient. I mute the fronts. And that is very true. That is very true. Yeah, the nice part about this, and I actually used this early on in my streaming career, is that before I even had proper splitters or anything, what I would do is I would feed my console into the DVD recorder, and then like the component output would go to my TV, and then the as video output would go to my Dazzle, and that way I had a nice capture on both of them. And actually, this thing, it converts the 240p to 480i, which then the Dazzle capture, and then I would just do everything to switch it back to like whatever, and everything was still good. So DVD recorders are awesome. They're kind of not as needed anymore, but they're still awesome for handling of older formats. Yeah, I somehow have 2 screws left over. Whatever. Alright, let's get this thing actually plugged in now, so we can confirm that there's video from it. Because I kind of really wanted, the reason I need this is because I have a SVHS tape deck, and the whole point was that I wanted to digitize tapes, so I would have the Super VHS tape go via as video to this, and then I would just capture that output with my data path, and that is going to be literally the best like analog capture that I could muster with my current setup. Oh, there is a screw missing somewhere up here. No, we're missing a screw somewhere. No, I'm gonna hunt that down now. We're gonna hunt this down. Basically, this top part is loose a little bit. So there must be something hiding up there. I actually just gave away my Dazzle to my sibling. They asked if they wanted it, and I said, sure, I'm not using it. I have zero idea what they're going to use it for. They already have a PEX. So. Then they didn't even pay for the PEX. It's just feeding off of my old stuff, I guess. But. Oh, come on. Why is this loose? I feel like it shouldn't be. I feel like something should be holding, like washers or something? I don't know. There should be something. Like, this just has, like, this doesn't have any push, but this does and that does on the top. And I feel like it shouldn't. But there's no screw posts or anything for it, so I really don't know. No, I can't really see anything. You can see that, maybe you can't. Maybe you kinda can. There's a little bit of flex there. Maybe it was always like that. No, it's fine, I think. Oh wait, there's screw... No, I have the screw going through there. It's holding on to the bottom. I think that's just built into their tolerances. So whatever, let's just put this back together. Let's put this together again for the third time. Because the first two were not enough. But you know what? I'm going to use a bigger screw for the middle. Just for aesthetics. Oh, never mind. Oh, I'm doing shit wrong. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Those go here, these big ass screws. You can't see, but right there. Jeez. Alright, there we go. We found out their purpose. Oh, and I have an internal one that I could have replaced. Ooh, I should probably still be replacing. Okay, hold on. We're doing this right. Fourth time's the charm. Fourth time is indeed the charm. Okay, so. Ah, fuck. Get rid of this. You gotta love it when dummies are smart enough to put shit apart, but not smart enough to put them back together. Okay, so we need to pull out one that doesn't have... Okay, we'll just do this corner one. And we'll put in one that has a washer. Okay. Because then I have side. Oh, what? Right, side. Don't know where the small one's from, but then I have 1, 2, 3. So this tiny one, I actually have zero idea where it goes. So we're still going to be one short, but that's... I don't know, that's probably fine. And we're going to put this in. It's not actually going to affect anything. Okay. So yeah, I'm just one screw short now, but whatever. Come on. maybe what I'll do is, as a final test, I will grab a VHS of some sort to test. It might be tough to do on stream because of copyright stuff, but I'm just super happy that replacing the caps fixed it. And if it dies again, I just know that, you know, gotta replace even more caps. Probably should have had this zoomed out so you guys could actually see what the fuck's going on, but, you know, whatever. Alright, it's all back together. I'm gonna need my phone as a flashlight. Okay, so alright, I got all that plugged in. And this goes to, oh. What? Oh. Right, okay. This is the direct. It doesn't even go to my cross point. That's not correct. Okay, hold on. Should probably, oh. Output 6. I should have, another adapter somewhere. I swore I had one somewhere. Like a BNC adapter. Because I'm now down an RCA to BNC. Going through my drawer of stuff. This is a problem. How am I down an RCA to BNC? Probably because I stole one when I was rerouting shit. Fuck. I definitely have a loose one somewhere, though. Like, it exists. Oh, well, I have a whole fucking bag of them. See? I have a bunch. We're good. We're good, fam. We're good. I, at some point, probably should just give away all of these and replace them with good DigiKey ones, because I have a mixture of, like, Amazon and, DigiKey ones, but, you know. neither here or there. R, B, G, okay. I had a short jumper cable somewhere. Here we go. You guys are just gonna have to take my word as I'm describing all this. Oh, because I fucking stole them to use with, my hecking Folsom Barco Image Pro. I understand now. Okay. Now would be probably a decent time for like a wireless camera, but you guys are just gonna have to take my word for it right now that I'm just moving adapters and plugging stuff in. Okay. So I'm gonna put my DVD recorder on 8. This cable, I don't even know what the fuck it goes to. This S video cable goes from the VCR. It doesn't need my S video to BNC adapter, but can instead go straight into the DVD. The audio from the VCR should probably also go into the DVD. Oh, am I using 2 cables? Why am I using 2 cables? What did I route in this monstrosity? I see now. So what I did was I routed my audio directly with 1 wire, and I was actually routing it into 10. Interesting. So that way audio could just be entirely separate. I don't know why I have composite then. But we're going to get rid of that cable. If I have audio directly on 10, what I should also do is have the DVD recorder be on 10. This is how my mind works, for the record. If you're ever like, I wonder how Aries routes all his video shit, this is how I do it. We're going to use some Amazon cables here instead of the short jumper because they'll work better. That's okay. So green. That's a red. This is a blue. Okay, so everything's on 10. That's only going to deal with the audio coming out from there, and that video goes straight to there. Probably should have an audio output, but that's okay. Can reroute that later. Okay, so in theory, everything should be on 10. I don't know what audio this is. I'm gonna just leave that there. I'm now hunting down the power. Ow. Fucking bonked my head on my door knob, but jeez. Somewhere is a power cable. Here it is. And it is a polarized one, so it shouldn't scare the shit out of me. There we go. Now, in theory, I route my you know what? Just no. So 6 is 8. So 6 was the Genesis. 8 is something. But you know what? 10 will just go also to 8. Oh. I do have video, I believe. Yep. My DVD recorder does a video. I just need to route it to the computer now. Motherboard recognizes when it's charging, but when it's charged, when I want the power on or off, yet it can't get enough juice to boot the laptop. Yeah, that definitely is. That's interesting. I don't even know where you would begin with that. Okay, so I do have working stuff. What I would like to do is add a capture, but I also want to get a tape. So give me a second. I'm going to go find some sort of VHS tape. What I will do, just so people know that I'm like, whatever. There. People know that I will be back. I will be back. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay, I am back. I can remove this now. So this is the tape I'm going to use. probably can't read it, but it says 12 miesięcy, which means 12 months. And yes, it is in Polish. I figure some weird ass, probably Japanese anime that has a lector will be nobody will care about. Let's see, what does the back say? It says oh, come on. Smrożną Wigilię Bożego Narodzenia, okrutne zła. Something about Christmas time and something. I don't know. But I figure it's a good tape test comparative to like Disney and shit like that. So. Oh, there should be an image right now. I should get a different S-video cable. That's what I need to do. I'm seeing some interference going on already with this S-video cable, so I should replace it. But I need to route the output to my computer here. 8. Yeah, output's going everywhere correctly, so that's fine. Video. Now I believe 8 also goes to my computer. Oh yeah, everything's already set up. Believe. That is what? 8 is, no, 8 is the something. Okay, no, it should be fine. You should be able to see an image. So let's get an image going here. This is what I hate S-video. Because it's very easy to just get a shit cable. Zoom in a bit while you care about my desk. Let's open up VCS here. Input 2. There we go. Okay, so on input 2, I have that. So, alias resolution other. I apparently already have 720 by 480. So what I'm going to do is
zwariowali w tym TVR-u, naprawdę. Sprzedają kasety z nagranym filmem, z licencją, z okładką. W cenie nie ma czystej kasety. To po co to przegrywać, kupować, tego jak można kupić ulubiony film, tak pięknie wyglądający w tej samej cenie. Ludzie powariowali, lećcie i kupujcie. Tylko Demer sprzedaje takie filmy.
Było to dawno, dawno temu, za górami, za lasami. Michaił Barysznikow przedstawia opowieści z dzieciństwa. Najlepsze filmy animowane ze zbiorów Sojuz Multfilmu, największej radzieckiej wytwórni filmowej. Dziś obejrzymy bajkę 12 miesięcy i jej niezapomnianych bohaterów.
12 miesięcy, część pierwsza.
Strasznie zimno. Kiedy byłem młodszy, jakoś łatwiej to znosiłem, ale teraz jestem za stary. Stary, bez sił. Zimno, zimno.
No to chodź pobawić się z nami. Zaraz się rozgrzejesz.
Trzymajmy się blisko siebie. Będzie nam cieplej.
Wiewiórki, wiewiórki. Bawmy się razem. Będzie nam wesoło i będzie nam cieplej.
Dokąd ta dziewczynka wędruje w takim wóz?
I raz, i dwa. Kto berkiem będzie z nas? Wyliczanka wskaże wnet, kto tu jest teraz berkiem, kto tu za kim będzie bieg. A więc liczę teraz mig. Raz, dwa, 3, 5, 7, 6. Berek, o, to jest. Berek!
Ja? Chyba nie.
One mówią jak ludzie. Ależ tak ty jesteś berkiem. Berek już przed nami jest i nie dogoni nas, o nie, nas nie złapie, chociaż chce. Łapie, łap! Nie złapiesz mnie! Już mnie nie ma! Prędzej, prędzej! Goń nas, człowieku! Goń, goń!
Gdzie one są? Mam cię! O! Nieładnie. Jesteś za wysoko. Dlaczego się śmiejecie? Przestańcie. Nie bawię się z wami.
Nie gniewaj się! Przepraszamy! Skocz do nas! Pomóż sobie kitką!
O! Mam za krótką kitkę. Złaźcie z gałęzi. Przestańcie się ze mnie śmiać.
Och, biedny królik.
Dość żartów. Chodźcie się bawić. Chyba, że się mnie boicie. Ha! Oczywiście, tchórz was obleciał.
Jak miło usłyszeć śmiech, kiedy wszyscy wokół tylko narzekają na mróz. Z czego tak się cieszysz, panienko? Znalazłaś skarb? Dostałaś dobrą wiadomość?
Nie. Tu dzieje się coś dziwnego. Zwierzęta mówią. Mówią jak ludzie. To chyba cud.
Dziś jest dzień cudów. Zapomniałaś? Ostatni dzień starego roku. Jutro zaczyna się nowy rok. I dziś aż do północy wszystkie zwierzęta mówią ludzkim głosem.
Naprawdę?
A tak, ci, którzy mają czyste serca, rozumieją ich mowę. To bardzo szczególny wieczór. Za parę dni skończy się rok. I każdy powinien zastanowić się, czy przez ten rok stał się lepszy.
Na zdrowie.
Czy w przyszłym roku staniesz się lepsza?
Może mi się uda. Zawsze staram się być dobra.
O tak, to bardzo ważne. Kiedy ktoś tak się stara, zawsze może liczyć na nieoczekiwaną pomoc. Mój pradziadek opowiadał mi, że dawno, dawno, kiedy był małym chłopcem, spotkał tu w tych lasach 12 tajemniczych braci. A wiesz, kim oni byli?
Kim?
To byli bracia Miesiące. Gdy nadchodzi nowy rok, bracia Miesiące wybierają jedną osobę o czystym sercu i opiekują się nią.
Naprawdę?
Ależ tak.
Na zdrowie. Czy ja też ich spotkam?
No, nie wiem, ale dobrych ludzi spotykają miłe niespodzianki. Kto wie, może spotkasz? Powiedz mi, po co ciągniesz do lasu te sanki?
Moja macocha wysłała mnie po chrust do pieca, bo w chacie tak zimno.
A, już wiem. Jesteś sierotą, prawda, moja panienko? Pomogę ci zebrać chrust, a może ty potem zechcesz mi pomóc?
Chętnie, ale w czym mogę panu pomóc?
Wysłano mnie, abym znalazł najpiękniejszą choinkę dla królowej do pałacu. Królowa jest taka kapryśna i wybredna. Jeśli nie spodoba się jej choinka, którą wybiorę, to po mnie.
Och, co panu zrobi?
Każe ściąć mi głowę. To zawsze grozi wszystkim, którzy nie potrafią spełnić jej kaprysu. Królowa jest ciągle smutna i nieszczęśliwa. Odkąd
Kościół, konferencję kościołów europejskich reprezentuje metropolita Mołdawii, Bukowiny, arcybiskup Daniel. Są również przedstawiciele innych religii, przede wszystkim religii żydowskiej. Na uroczystości żałobne Jana Pawła II do Rzymu przybył rabin Rzymu, ceni, ale również rabin Elio Toaf, który przed laty witał Ojca Świętego w rzymskiej synagodze, pierwszego papieża, który nawiedził rzymską synagogę. Z Izraela przybył wielki rabin Hajfy, jest dyrektor generalny Wielkiego Rabinatu Izraela również. Są przedstawiciele Światowego Kongresu Żydów. Są wreszcie bardzo liczne delegacje również z krajów muzułmańskich. Jest prezydent Iranu, wielu innych prezydentów i premierów, którzy reprezentują kraje, w których obowiązuje